Good evening. We are back with some more Factorio. Just a little bit of a delay, but we're here now. Had to get some coffee. And the kitchen had a line. But yeah, so we need to start FTLD. We're just going to let that trickle because we don't have high production of the purple or pink sciences yet. But we at least have this, and this will do some. And we have to design a ton of stupid little things because we have a lot of different little bits of production that have finally caught up with us and we didn't have enough. Like glass. I did a little bit of offline work. Not much, like maybe 20 minutes, not even. Walking around the base, figuring out other stuff that needs to get made. All that fun stuff. As we can see, as fast as this is producing, we don't have anything. And it was not designed with the sudden production needs of science for glass. And it's really large and not that efficient. So we went and spent a little bit of time, find out a few things. Let's get that up. Everybody likes Foreman. I think I also wanted to place down another few black circuit productions because we created those last time. And they're tiny and designed to be placed everywhere. Yeah, comparatively tiny to other stuff. So we could just fit them somewhere. Okay, we got most of it out in that go. Forget if I have to actually prime anything on this. I might not have to. It's too much. Yep, there we go. All we had to do was feed the catalyst, and then everything works its way up. It's weird that there's only that many on the way. Oh, because we've used up all our logistics bots again. Okay, that's fixable. Let's get ourselves up to 10,000 of them. Funnily enough, we're using logistics bots to give us logistics bots. But yeah, part of what we want to fix tonight is the glass, and I'm going to belt it all over to where I'm getting a ton of production for it. A production need for it, which is up over here in science. I figure I can just get some belts up here to get the need, this need. And that should help with some of our logistics issues with the bots. But another 1,000 bots should help. Hopefully. Yeah, we're not at no bots available, so that's good. And this will go and produce. Let's actually build one more. Okay. Okay. Let's start working on that glass design. I can picture it clearly in my mind. It's just a little messy. You're taking a look down at Foreman on the left there. But we'll start from the top, work our way down. Okay, now we got room to work on it. Alright, this has the extra input to deal with. Okay, that looks like a good way to do this. Good evening, Cipher Cat. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, that's fine. You live you. And you'll stop back in as you stop back in. Right, it's gonna have the glass and the tin output. These have to be filtered stack inserters. Or I can just deal with it up here. So we got the tin cycle. And we'll just have to load that up with a little bit of tin ingot to keep cycling around. These will take in molten tin, give out tin ingots. We just keep melting them back down. Gotta work on the nitrogen. And I don't need those because we're just cycling everything from liquid to solid on the one belt. And that just goes down there. This will be another setup that we have down here that just, oh, it'll be top up, it looks like. It just helps keep the length down so everything moves a little bit faster. Probably move this up too. Yeah, that's a little better. That should be enough. Just like a simple stack. And now we work on the glass part. Because initially we were just using silicon ore and smelting that to make glass. Now we have a way that completely doesn't use that at all. Just a giant mess of machines. But this should be a lot quicker to get started than my other glass design. Because the other glass design, having to make the silicon ore, required all of our crazy setups that take a bunch to prime and get going, and a few little tweaks because I broke things with them. But now we got this. another 4 induction furnaces set up. These are casting machines. This is what I'm. Powder mixers. Need 4 inputs each. They're going to need 2 belts on the outside, 1 on the inside. And we are going to have to bring this up to green belt. It's going to be 93 of them a second. But we at least have it nicely set up like that. And there we go for that. Now let's get the outer bit. Yeah, because 75 items a second, we split that in half. Everything's using about 23 and a quarter per second, so we're good. That's our 4 inputs. Now we have to make our 4 inputs. I can probably make this look a little better too. Okay, a little more spread out. Okay, so we'll keep everything in this kind of grouping. So we need to get sodium carbonate and sodium sulfate. We are going to have to deal with a bunch of purified water as an output that goes back through places. Let's get rid of the shadow ducts. It's just looping right back into the other machines right below it. That's the liquefiers. Now we need chemical plants. Can we get the number of these down? I put 2 beacons. That doesn't really change much. It's still the same amount of beacons, modules overall. Does make it a little more symmetrical. Not really, though. Let's just go with the 3. Kind of makes everything group a little better. Sodium from elsewhere. Sodium also has to go up to sodium carbonate. Still have to move that oxygen somewhere. Okay, so purified water we can hook back up into here. Handles most of that part. We damage. Got to trace back the extra bit of oxygen. Build right up in here. This is a perfect example of why I love, gosh darn it, water mod. Then I can just make these nice, weird little semi-symmetrical things. Nice and compact. Nothing too crazy with the piping. This one's going to be a top up. That way the loop gets priority, so everything there keeps moving, and then this will help keep it running. We need 11 air filters. Okay, that should do that. Maybe I'll get some pumps just to help. Shouldn't be required, but it'll help pull everything and keep it filled. purified water and get that up to this whole network. And we start working on the harder parts and all the salination plants. That's the one part I couldn't figure out an easier way to get sodium. So do it with sodium hydroxide, but that's what I need, and so that one doesn't work because it's designed for certain types of loops. It's like I could try doing this, but it would take so many if I remember right. Yeah, it needs way too many to begin with that. This is one of those times where I wish I did set up a train network and I could just do each individual part as its own giant block of producing the one thing. No, we decided to do small condensed production chains. Right, and then we need to get the burn off for the nitrogen. It's 2 flare stacks. Alright, it's gonna have a top up there. One of my cats lately has been hiding in our room under the blanket. Every now and then, in their random sleeping and moving, they half hang themselves out. That's what they're currently doing. They don't know they're sleeping. Try and get a photo of that into Discord later. I love my dumb cats. Okay, we need to get 10 of these to power this. That's most of this. It needs our one extra material over here. That's also going to be helping up there. So let's see, we need another liquefier. We're making sodium carbonate. Not that one. There it is. Go, keeping more compact because we're starting to add in a ton of different machines. This salination plant's going to be the hardest part. Most annoying and bulky part. So yeah, well, this is going to be still kind of bulky. It should be producing a lot more than our other design. I hope. Double check something like that. Yeah, that's only making 27 a second. This is going to be making about 120 a second. So completely worth the slightly larger size. Just more efficient. And I'll be able to place these a little better. Okay. Now our sodium production, we'll worry about the carbon dioxide later because that's going to come from our lime. Which is why it's a nice simple little pipe there. We'll sort out. Or forget about. One of the two. Okay, electrolyzers. Of course, we don't need the chlorine anywhere. Yeah, doesn't turn into anything we need. At least in this area. need 6 flare stacks to deal with all the chlorine. Might turn this whole thing down on its side. Yep, this has got to go on its side. Flip it. I don't think I can flip this. Nope. That's fine like that. You're wondering why I'm splitting that off. That's for the electrodes. So we're just gonna use the belts to sort everything out. I can't use the belts because there's gonna be too much sodium. Okay. Filter as it is. Damn. At least there's enough room to do it. Yep, we're just gonna triple it up. Guess also, this isn't tonight's a good kickoff of the next month, Pride Month. Everybody, welcome to Pride Month. I like Pride Month. Yep, because that's gonna come from our. It's gonna be all of our salt. So much salt. Okay, so we need more purified water here as well. And we were cycling the water back in for the mineralized water. That gets all that moving. Okay, so that's our loop of that. And we're going to need another block like this hooked up as well. That'll also be a top up. And I wasn't really thinking about moving this. That could shift a little bit. There we go with that. Keep that nice. Chlorine, we needed 6 flare stacks. And they're gonna need to be like everywhere. Put a few extra flare stacks just in case. Okay. We needed a beacon down by the chemical. This cat, give me. She's such a good cat. She's dumb. Her name is Turbo. Okay, now we're setting up our lime production. First, I want to get the electrolyzers. Alright, I need to set up the salt first. Okay, that doesn't clog everything up if we put a full stack in. Now to deal with this mess. Right, mess that up. Okay, so 15 validation plants. want to place the actual ghost model, not do that. Now I've got weird land everywhere. Whatever. It's fine. Just put a pipe there. Gotta get some power through this. Using these to simulate the pumps being in place. Right, never finished setting up all the outputs. Oh no, forgot to hook that up. How am I gonna hook that up? There we go. And it's not going to be running at full speed there. So we still need up here to do its thing fully. But that's us mostly set up on 2 parts-ish. Okay, 3 blast furnaces. Use the one built here, both of these. Now, washing plants for days. If I can get this down a bit. Okay, I can get it down to 4. That's a little more reasonable. And each one of them can get a groundwater bore. Still be fine. All right. Now let's get our sand set up, and then we'll get the rest of the washing stuff set up down here. And then we have a very weird looking glass production. Okay. Sorry, small distraction on not cats this time, but neighbors doing things they shouldn't. So we're taking the same stuff here and going up one and then into four. It's also going to create some mud that we're going to have to send back. Something like that. Okay. Actually, I could probably turn this, keep it a little more compact. Okay, that all lines up. last 4, 2, 3, 3. It'll be those recipes, just getting it all tucked into this. Yeah, that's fine. I'd like to kind of squish this in a little more, but that's about all I can do. So now for the mud. This thing is, we have to get this mud and the other bits of mud cycling back in. Anybody out there got any good plans for the weekend? Yeah, we are getting pizza. I like pizza. Forget the top-up valves. Or the water for this to function. Look at that. Everything's moving now. Okay, that's complete. Do a quick check here. Make sure we got modules everywhere we need them. I was missing them there. Okay, we are having glass issues. Oh, right. I have to expand this out because it's more than one belt worth of materials. Whoops. Okay. Fixable. Very fixable. Need to replace some tin. Map, map, map. That's mostly working. Like those should be going faster, but because we're not using up enough of the liquid, we're still hitting the bottlenecks. Yeah, it's over 150. So split this off on its own thing. And be able to kind of combine it up there. Like that. Okay, we need to get this over here cleaner. Okay, that should work. Looks like it's keeping everything a little more busy. I think it's just a limitation. How much? It's too much. Hello, Dahuhu. Thank you for the raid. How's your night going?
take off your clothes.
Whoa.
Excuse me?
Yes, I do have the dragon of the tombstone. We also have an Atma. Oh, what were you doing tonight? Playing Factorio? Any mod pack specifically? Vanilla? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Aragath. I play a bunch of Factorio, a bunch of Zomboid, a bunch of other different things. Space Exploration K2? Nice. I haven't played that one. I don't know too much of the specifics, but how far in are you? At least in a general sense. Ah, very nice. Hey, Nova, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Sorry I haven't been able to check out any of your streams lately. And Frogbottom, thank you as well for the follow. Woohoo! Meatloaf. Thanks, everybody. Those alerts will catch up. And Lynn, thank you as well for the follow. So, you're catching us as we are increasing our glass production very late into the game. And we just finished setting up a mostly working looping mess. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. I've been meaning to get to space exploration. Seems like a fun mod pack. I want to do all the spaceshipy things. Right now, we're trying to get off Seablock. And the spaceship for that, you don't get to see. It's actually just this progress thing on the left. Yes, there's a lot of blueprints. There's also that program on the left. That's Foreman. It's visualization of recipe flows. We'll hide that for a second so you can see the space progress settings here. And we have everything for the ship except for the FTL drive. And to build the FTL drive, we have to finish up some research. So we have to get here to this final FTL. We have to progress through these three prior ones. And each one requires 200k of ever increasing amounts of science. And then we can make the FTL drive and get off the planet. So at this point, we are going through finding what materials I basically don't have enough of and push everything faster to make more science. This is our mess of a rocket launcher, which I just launched without a set. Why do I'm out of satellites. I shouldn't be out of satellites. Chrome, we've dealt with Chrome. Chrome's completely dealt with. Glass is our current issue. Somehow. Where's my satellites being made? My satellites now are missing some sort of material. We are about 548 hours in. And with low density structures, of course. Okay. We can make a few more of these. Right, we never set up auto production of those. The upgraded chests. But yeah, this is Seablock. This is 540 hours of Seablock. It's also no trains. Oh, there's one train. That is right here, and it's out of fuel. It started off with just belts, and then we added bots in, and then we tried to make a lot of looping designs that wouldn't need a lot of materials. The beginnings of our base, we had a nice resource bus, and then it turned into a nightmare. And I don't want to touch this spot ever again. Because these are inserters that are handing off to inserters, to belts, to other inserters. And it hurts. But at the time, I had no land to expand to, so I had to make do. We are currently in the middle of expanding our power. It is all deuterium and a little bit of regular nuclear, uranium, and then a lot of bean farms. A lot. But a lot of my designs, after this setup and just not scaling right, hitting too many belt issues, I started designing this whole looping system that would just take all the slag, convert it up, and produce whatever kind of ores I needed. Which then we expanded upon to sort out our actual materials, process them, and now I have all these blueprints for these different things. They just take forever to set up. It's a lot of placing items in, getting the loop going, and then it does its thing. One of my biggest problems was I got myself into a very large deficit of modules. Because I designed all the blueprints with module 3s before I really had them producing, and broke my entire base for 100 hours. And yeah, we've got every kind of thing here. Yeah, I might have actually used time skip at that point to try and get out of that deficit. Now we need to find somewhere to set up this glass production, which I think we'll do up here. And yeah, a lot of different blueprints here. We have the initial blueprints I was doing for Seablock. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen in any of these large mod packs. I tried to not do it for a while. I finally just hit a point of I had nothing to do and I needed to fix the module issue. So the plan here is that we need to have this close to what we have here. We need to belt in all the glass things over here to free up our logistics spots. So if we place this... Oh, I still need to do one fix to that. To get rid of the infinity pipes. Because we were using the lab, Blueprint Designer Lab. We also have just about everything automated for construction, so placing anything down, the bots will build it. Now the hardest part of this is setting up everything that I can't set up in the blueprint. That is slightly too large of a hole. It's fine. Just gotta prime everything up. So electrodes. I needed to get a few tin ingots, which I don't have in my logistics network at all, so we have to go find them. Since we have factory search. This is for the most part just vanilla Seablock mod pack mods. The little quality of life things, the biggest one being gosh darn it water, which lets you change where the liquid outputs and inputs are on buildings. So you can actually make things that are mostly symmetrical. And of course we hit ads. Okay, so prime in the tin, that little loop on the glass. Where else? Oh, we need to get logistics range on this. Simple enough. a little bit more glass production. Most of that is because we are trying to fill up our science buffer. And this is just consuming all the glass in the network. I can't keep enough glass in the network or enough logistic spots moving it to keep this supplied. Because I might have over-designed it. But this is our endgame science block. And everybody, welcome back from ads. Get our glass actually going. I filled in all the loops and discussing about my endgame science block here that only has 3 of the sciences. It needs the 4th for FTL Theory D1 to actually progress at a faster speed than it currently is. But I need to get a bunch of other resources actually producing before we overproduce that. So we'll bring back Foreman. So in here we have a bunch of little designs, all the sciences. Got the pink, I think it was the pink ones for this, or is this purple? This is purple. Burns out QL bioprocessors. We have a whole crazy design to make half of a blue belt worth of science a second. What does that come out to? I've wound up with a very weird science per minute. If I could just remember the name of the science packs. So we're producing like 900 a minute. Are we using that much yet? No. Especially because we're missing the other main science. See how our satellites are doing. Oh yeah, this was my old circuit belt death design. As I said, did a lot of stuff on belts. Oh, I did not copy everything. Whoops. Where was the satellites in here? Yeah, they'll produce eventually. It'll be fine. We are currently constantly launching rockets when we can. Satellites, as we need to build up our stockpile of white science. As we will need about 200K for the final research. We also have a Spidertron. It doesn't go anywhere, it's too slow. If anybody also has any questions about specific parts of Seablock, if you've played Seablock, you don't know how to do a certain part or progress, I can show you what I've got set up. Might give you some ideas. Just one of the things that I like about Seablock is you can watch a ton of different people play it. Everybody's got some weird other different design than the next person. Especially mine where there's no trains. This is mostly working. We're kind of stockpiling a bit too, for once. Good. We might be actually keeping this supplied. We are. That one thing fixed it. Good. Means something else will break in this. The amount of copper that has to go into these machines. 3 green belts. Where is femto laser emitters? These, and they're getting held up by green circuits because we're probably out. Yep, we're out of green circuits. Okay, that's fixable. So I designed this to basically, it condenses some stuff down for the logistics bots, but not everything. We do a lot of production here of taking in sheets and then expanding them out. That way the bots aren't transporting as much. So there's a lot of unpacking that happens, but there we go. Much more green circuits. Didn't get a chance to design this for anything else. It's all still in the giant belt hell that we saw over here to the east. Yeah, this. As this is brown circuits, green circuits, red circuits, blue circuits, and then the black circuits are their own little mixed things, but I've since improved that. Then we have our crafting bot mall, where most of the stuff gets produced. That doesn't have its own giant production chains. We basically researched everything aside from the FTL tech. So we're doing a little bit of chilling and trying to get different productions up. Just like our glass that's kind of recovering. That's good. Still using a lot of bots on glass, and I don't like that. But we do have fusion bots everywhere. And the fusion bots don't need to charge. So they just keep moving about. I'd actually pause this research. We can try and get our bots moving a little faster. Or we can always have them hold more. Yeah, give them one extra capacity. That shouldn't take too long to research. Yeah, 200k. It is an ever increasing 200k, so it starts just 200k red, and it's in green, and then blue. You get this weird split of purple and pink, and then it needs those with yellow, and then it adds in the space science packs, and that gets us our FTL drive, which the materials for that aren't too hard. Once I unlock the tech, we're done. Our biggest thing is these last 4 techs. Hi, Nook. How are you doing? Good to see you around. Right, it's morning for you. Coffee time. I've still got coffee. But in saying that and having it, I'm now out of coffee. Okay. So, next thing that we needed to work on, because I made little designs here. Cobalt steel we were low on, I believe. Tungsten plate and tungsten carbide. Let's see if those haven't sorted themselves out, because sometimes I'll design something and whatever was using a bunch of it stopped using a bunch of it. So if I remember right, some of those are getting used up here in the sintering engines. The tungsten carbide we're still having problems with. Yeah. What does that say? It says Pyro? What, I just call you Pyro? But yeah. Bob's is very nice, all of its logistics stuff. I don't think there's anything tier 6 here. We own, like, the assembling machines. That's about it. Everything else doesn't go up that high in this mod pack. The bots are technically a tier 5. Because it's tier 4 bots that you remove their power needs. And then our modules only go up to speed module 3s. Those also start at 0, so they're technically 4. I don't know why we have 0 level modules. It's like a weird programmer starting all their counting at 0. My mod pack is also a little outdated. Some of this stuff won't actually work how it will in the newer versions because there was some changes to wood in the early game. Yeah, Bob's modules is not part of this, I believe. Or it's at least a very limited version here. Because we only go up to 3. Oh, that's nice. I mean, some of these things I've got, like, these are green belts. They are, what's it be? 2, 3, 4. Those are basically tier 6 belts. They do 75 items a second. And most of my base is now those belts. Not that they're actually getting filled, but items can move around. A lot of my blueprints are designed around 45 items a second. Especially anything for like the base ore types, the rubidium, all this stuff. Yeah, we've got about, what's that, 7,000 logistics bots running about right now. Right. We were also low on silicon nitride. That's one that we should probably fix. But I think that was the sintering engines again, making the heat shielding here. Yeah, those are fine. And we got 30k stockpile, but those will be a problem once we actually fix the tungsten carbide. I mean, you still want to use belts for like short distances or things that you need to move in bulk. Which was, as I was showing, the condensing of my blue science here. I've got 4 machines using 3 75 item a second belts that are getting produced from 2 machines. I thought about setting it up a little better. I probably could have had direct insertion here. But this is what we came up with, and I hate it. I hated designing this. There's so much glass getting used in these things. Take a look at rate calculator. We can actually see how much glass is getting used up. Somewhere in here. 307 glass per second. This whole thing is consuming if it's running at the full speed that it can. Yes, they are, dude. Everything here is just, it's stack inserters too. The tier 6 inserters. Was it rotation speed of 2160 degrees a second? Stack sizes of 15. So if they're set up right, they move pretty fast, especially because you can configure the pickup points and drop points, and you can set them to be like a 15-degree distance. Oh, yeah. Pyro, you fall under the past you hates future you. I have also fallen into the fact of I hate past self. Past self made so many poor design choices in this. Oh, I should go through all my old videos and find how many times I said that. And I could probably trace back every single one of them to another point in a later video going, why did I set it up like this? I thought I was smart, and I had everything nice and spread out here, and then it got all condensed again. This was supposed to be like the nice modular design. And then I just took all this and compressed it down in. And then we have other designs that do all this but smaller. Or there's the whole module production chain here. Yeah, there's a lot of why did I set things up like that. This one I like, though. This whole design. This produces module zeros, ones, twos, and threes. Takes in a bunch of materials, produces a bunch of it, and also deals with the excess crystals, which Dodge Doshington's video gave me a little bit of an idea on how to deal with this. So that you get all 3 plus these extra crushed up crystals, basically. And you get this at 3 different tiers. So to keep everything flowing, there's a bunch of logistics here that kind of realizes once these fill up to just let it go off to get processed. And then it all comes over here, it gets crushed, it gets cycled back what we need, and then any overflow just gets voided off. Because these recipes, producing one crystal slurry is basically nothing. So it's a nice way to dump and get rid of the excess. Since I think we're only making speed modules right now. That's why the red and greens just keep heading over here. Okay, so we are still making some reds, but the different tiers produce at different speeds. And we got our bits of our landfill production because there's so much crushed stone. And we got all the worms that slow our progress everywhere. Which they're not a problem for us anymore. We just have artillery that we send after them. And then they don't exist. Which I will say, they're nice early on because you get the alien science packs from killing them. And you get those earlier than you can produce them. But the downside is now they're just a nuisance to me every time I want to expand. And actually, to show that off, this was my mess of a design that produces all the alien artifacts, as well as all the nice gems. Another nice little rainbow colored design. Pulls in a bunch of metals to crush up. Yeah, at least it keeps some amount of interesting, but at this point I also just basically build this, place it down wherever I need it. A bunch of artillery, and it'll just kill a bunch of them. Whatever's in range of the auto fire. And if I ever need to, like around here, we just put more radars. Slowly expand our view. But now that's built, and we got ammo production somewhere. The bots will bring that over eventually. Okay, so our sintering engines that are making all of our heat shielding for rockets. That's our bigger issue right now, and then we'll get back to science production. Because yeah, these are basically slowed down completely, waiting on tungsten carbide. Playing Ribbon World 500 width. Okay. Death World settings. I've seen stuff with that. I never like it. Somebody else that I watch sometimes hangs out here, Jezzy, I believe, was playing some Death World stuff a while back. Yeah, and trying to expand out until you get like just the world gen plays nice and gives you natural barriers. I believe they can eventually fill in the water to progress past you. Or is that a setting in a mod? I've seen that before. So, tungsten carbide. Yeah, that's what it was. Rampant was the word. I'm gonna pop back into our lab here. Get rid of the design that we just made. This is gonna make 132 tungsten carbide a second in theory. It's not too many machines, so we should be able to get this designed real quick. And we have this. So the way that Foreman works is you can set, basically it reads all the recipes from whatever mod pack you have loaded, builds it into a nice little database here with all the icons and everything. To show it a little better here, you just drag and drop. So you drag out from here that you want to see what makes tungsten carbide plates, and you get all the different options for it. It'll also calculate what it needs. You can say you want to make a certain amount using the infinite sinks, or you leave that to auto. And like this, I set it as a fixed value of 5 of these ovens here. And then it'll use that to calculate everything above and below. Some stuff I don't have calculated on here because I'm just going to be bringing it in with bots, all the carbon and such. But it's good to see where something goes and where it came from. You get all the nice little numbers. You get the semi-hell-mod interface for modules. I love the offset here, so you can actually fill up an entire belt with one machine. Also, fun little fact. If you look at this icon here that's blinking on everything, it's a duck facing you. Which the termed name was Shadow Duck. We can thank Nocturus as well as Raven-haired Myth for that. It also helps if I minimize down Foreman again. Whoops. Apologies, you got the this so far, not much. So we need to get 2 items in, 48.75 a second. So we're going to need 2 belts on the outside of here for each of those. But yeah, shadow ducks. And because we're in the Creative Blueprint Design Lab, we can just place down infinite power. It's also got some nice infinite chests as well as infinite pipes for when you're designing things here and you just need materials. I actually have simulated a whole network of items for logistic bots to hand out. So while I'm testing something, I can actually see kind of the usage, the bot usage, and all that. There's a lot of stuff designed in here. Basically everything that's in this book, which is way too many different things. Like this. It produces each one of these. And it's designed for 45 a second. You get a whole thing like that. Each one is just a little bit more tacked on to the end to do all the production. They're mostly designed to be internal to themselves. Everything they make, it starts with a little bit to start off, like sulfur. It just uses the sulfur positive loops, keeps making more sulfur. Some of them need a little extra sulfur. Some of them produce some extra items that then eventually overflow. But I've liked those designs. They've held up pretty much the entire time I've used them, aside from a few quirks here and there. One of them, I wound up slightly over trickling sulfuric wastewater and voiding it off, which eventually, after about 4 hours of operation, the whole loop would die because there was not enough sulfur in it. It took that much time because the trickle was so small, which I fixed by putting extra buffer for some purified water at one point. And whatever reason, that fixed it. One of the weirdest problems I've seen. But yeah, 600 hours in here. Start hitting the weird flow rates for liquids too. Some of the craziest things to deal with. I hate it. Okay, so this is going to have 48 tungsten powder from one machine. Okay, so that gets rid. That's the fuel part of this. We need a bunch of hydrogen and our ammonium para tungstate. Love all these names. We'll have to put a tungsten ore thing that I should have somewhere in here. I hope. I have some for silicon nitride. Probably should just place more of these. Sometimes I forget what blueprints I have. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a tungsten one. I thought I had that. Oh, that's. I really thought I had something like that. I should forget to make a blueprint of it. Yeah, probably. Should be able to copy it from where I have it. Oh, yeah, there's all these. There it is. Tungsten cut. No, that was an older design. It's a mess. Yeah. If I like this, I should be able to have these spotted somewhere. Fine. We'll let the bots handle that problem. So we. Why did I say there's three of them? I could just turn it into one. It's going to need a bunch of ammonia. Gonna have it go that way. We can fit everything there. Some of these I've gone and constrained myself to a certain design size. That way everything can tile nice. Doesn't You don't have to fit the weird little jagged bits of the designs. Some of them though that never worked right. So hydrogen's definitely coming from somewhere down here. We are just making it with an electrolyzer and then voiding off everything else from it. I have to get that down. I didn't optimize this off stream. I usually review all the numbers here a little bit to make this nicer. Because sometimes it'll say one, but it's really got a fraction of another, and then you'll never actually hit the full production speed. We have our nice fun catalyst designs here. For all the purposes of testing, we do fully load them. usually just two productions, otherwise it gums itself up. Now we got another hydrogen. Connect them up like this somewhere. Worry about this whole thing after that. Basically taking water, turning it into salt water, splitting it up, getting rid of part of the salt part, the chlorine part, just getting hydrogen. Because this is somehow more efficient than just splitting water. I don't like some of the other designs. Oh, I wonder. Is it about 182? When I click everything right? We're going to do it with purified water. Now that, yeah, it's still a little crazy. Actually, that's not that bad. And this is why I like Foreman. So you can look at stuff and then you can go, okay, what if we change this part of the whole recipe? You just drag and drop, click, a whole bunch. And now you have something that looks a little better, a little easier to set up. And this is where the gosh darn it water comes in. Nobody's seen that mod. Why I have a lot of extra recipes that'll have the same icons, but they got little R's on them everywhere. So it reverses the outputs so that I can have them right next to each other like that. Still doesn't fully help me here. Kind of helps. All right, it's there. So the thing that you see in the lower left there, that is Foreman. It's actually an external program. And that is where I have this version from. There's been a fork of it that's a little more up to date, but this one works fine for Seablock. And in this program, you'd set up a preset, which it's got this button down here, import new preset from Factorio. So whatever your mod pack is that you have loaded, it goes and loads up Factorio in the background, reads everything from that, and then creates a database. So you can use this without actually running Factorio. Yeah, there's that, and then the list of stuff that I use. It's all quality of life. Is everything that's listed in that chat. Like, I've tried using Hellmod. I don't like this. It's kind of good for a few things when I was figuring some stuff out. But I really like how visual Foreman is. It does also have an ability you can export images, so you can actually make some really nice looking images if you lay everything out right. Okay, so I need about 8 groundwater bores. And then we need nitrogen. We're going to take 2 buildings, chemical plant. And just 1 air filter. I need to get processed tungsten up into this. Shouldn't be too hard. So we can do that, and then it's just tiny little quick movement. And that is going to be coming from 2 ore processors, 2 ore sorting facilities, and then we're going to logistics all this stuff in from somewhere. Where, I don't know. I'm not really producing that kind of level of stuff freely anywhere, but we'll find somewhere. Actually, I wonder, what is it, 8 times 3? Math. 24, 28 versus 32. Yeah, we'll find those 4 items. Keeps the bots not going too crazy. And yeah, going back to the quality of life mods, Tiny Start gave us a very tiny, cheap, basic power armor early on, as well as this tiny fusion reactor, and a few bots. So it's just a way to kind of jumpstart stuff, because I did play Seablock a few times prior, but burnt out really early on. So I just want to get past that beginning a little easier. And then we have things like Blueprint Designer Lab that you see, Factory Search, Bottleneck for the quick icons everywhere, Belt and Pipe Visualizer, Rate Calculator, all very self-explanatory. Being able to see where a belt travels and goes to is always nice. Or even seeing how your liquids are flowing about to trace back a specific pipe. No, we'll probably just make it one of these guys like that. Yeah, I'm not even going to worry about the calculations that throws off all over there. It's not going to matter. Everything's going to be waiting on this anyway. Okay, so to simulate these right now, we are going to just use Infinity Chest with everything. Bot arms to make it go faster. We're gonna see milestones pop up in here because this whole creative world tracks them separately than the main world. This should be producing 36, so it's about our 32.5 that we wanted. There we go. Completed blueprint. And for this, where can we fit it? Could just fit it up here. Okay, so I don't think the sintering engine ovens I have built anywhere, so I'm just gonna build those myself. Actually, during this ad break here, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I will be back. It's a good time for everybody else to go take a quick stretch as well. And welcome back. So we set this up real quick. I now need to get all these materials from somewhere. And sometimes verify that other little bits of my base are still working. Like my cooling processing. Which I set up a nice quick way to check, which is this pressure tank. If this pressure tank ever fills up, it means my used coolant is not getting processed enough. And then I need to adjust everything. But we set up this whole extra cooling block for it, so it should be fine. And that's handling all the machines going across at this level. They all have some form of cooling that's needed. Okay, so purified crystals. We need 3 of the colors. We have somewhere up here we can steal them from. Right? The other spot where we have the tungsten. We can just steal them from here. Free. That's perfectly fine. That'll fill itself up eventually. Can I upgrade these? I can't. Are they automatically getting built? Probably not. Okay, we're going to do one at a time to save on resources. Still upgrade. Get a little bit more processing over here. And we're at least just cycling the buildings. The last one left is just going to wind up in our lost and found boxes. I have not had the effort to sort out anything that the logistics network doesn't know what to deal with. I just keep making storage warehouses and letting them fill up with stuff. So that can go over there too. Let's go take a look. Let's go see if there's anything fun over there. You've probably seen it as I ran past at one point over here, this mess. It's just lost and found of stuff as I destroyed things or rebuilt things. And it's never going to get sorted. Or ever fully used. It's just lost materials. And bots. From when I did my bot upgrades, they will sit here forever. They're only tier 2 bots. They're slow. Let's see, now that I got that stuff, this should be running. Nope, because we only had a few of these from Lost and Found, probably. Hybrid catalysts. I'm making those over here. And this silo is... Oh, we're having a bit of a problem here. Okay, I'll trace that back after we fix this. We need to turn it into a passive provider silo. Now those are in the logistics network. We need to see why this is running so slow. It's just getting held up because of belt speed. We can fix that. So now we just need to get that moving down the belt faster. Okay, that's a bit better. And a lot of this is just finding where a bottleneck is and fixing it. Surprised this research hasn't finished by now. Let's go see if it's held up on a type of research. It is. It's held up on blue. Fix that. Yes. Turn this into a request for some as well. And we put a passive provider up here. That'll at least keep down there supplied with them. Yep, there they go. This whole mess. This is where the core of all my research is. Where the first little bits of research production were. We do have our slowly getting produced the extra tiers of research labs that can actually take productivity modules. It's my big problem that I'm out of white. Alright, no, these ones won't get the whites because these ones can't hold them. And it's all linear through. As they upgrade, it'll be fine. What am I still waiting on for power? This whole thing's still slowly building itself. It is. It's starting to work. Still need some turbines here and there. What are we up to? Okay, that's a nice buffer now. About a 10 gigawatt buffer of power. Let's see how these doing now with that. Those are still not getting enough. Because this is not doing anything because I forgot to put catalysts in. That's why it hasn't been producing anything. There it goes. And then we give it a bit, because that'll build up all the buffers in here. Yeah, that's nice. Now we get to watch our logistic storage of silicon nitride goes down. That should be a quick fix. So, research that we were doing, we're going to queue that in. We're going to start working on these burns out bioprocessors. Get ourselves actually producing something, hopefully. If I can get these designs out for each of these sciences, it makes everything go faster. Gets us to the end faster. But before we do that, I want to make sure any other waiting in queue research building upgrades are productivity module. Not that these are doing anything right now. I want to make sure that they can be doing things and doing them efficiently. I don't even know what resource those are getting held up on. Let's check. That might be a quick fix. So those should be down here somewhere. It needs rocket silos, and those need heat shielding. Alright, so we're kind of fixing that. So don't like that is running dry as well. What did I break with my really old gold production? You're not producing fast enough. Why? Because nitric acid has run out. That has run out because sulfuric acid has run out. Sulfuric acid's getting produced. Not over here, it's getting used over here. No, it's getting used over there as well. It is being produced down here. Our sulfur dioxide gas is low for some reason. Can't keep up with the demand. So, speed modules. Fixes everything, right? And now we're running into an oxygen issue. And this is where the visualizers come in so we can see where it's coming from. Just throw speed modules on everything. It fixes it, right? Partly fixes it. There we go. That should sort out whatever happened there. That's why I had that little tank there. Charcoal logistics is low. Okay. We can fix that. It's almost like we're making a ton of charcoal over here. It's a little bit extra. This isn't really moving, so we can also put it over here. Just have anything excess go into some logistics to help out. That'll mostly sort itself out there. Might have to make another thing. Dedicate that. I should be able to take this and just not use that end part. Okay, that should be good. Just get the storage on the end of it. I think this design I need. Oh. Okay, so we need some electrolyzers. Electrodes for the electrolyzers. That'll get parts of this running, but we still need to prime this with some charcoal as well. It's an older design. Checks out. So it's going to take itself a little bit to kind of loop and get everything running. So we'll leave that be. That should be good enough for now to help out. Let's clear that out and let's start on this purple. Little complicated. Not not a lot of buildings everywhere. Big thing is dealing with the amount of gold and other things that are going to be moving through belts. So we have to be careful, as we're going to have a lot of saturated green belts. Okay, so it's going to have the 2 bits. We'll have that split on the belts. Now I need to get the beacons. So many beacons, so many modules. There we go, that's 4 on all of them, so this is going to be 22.5 a second. Leave it as a regular warehouse for these because we just want a giant stockpile. Right, this has so much extra sulfur in it. It's crazy. Pulls a lot of stuff in from the logistics network, so we're probably going to need a lot more bots. But this is how we progress science. Hey, Jesse, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders.
Did I get exit?
You're quiet. Not always the best clips get pulled up.
I don't understand what kill.
Welcome in. How did Final Fantasy go tonight? How was all your uwu attempts? You clip to remind yourself later. It's a good idea. Okay, so this is a lot of stuff. We can put beacons on these to make it a little less machine. So we are currently working on the 4th tier of science, getting a larger production of it. At our FTL research, we are on the 4th and 5th ones at this point. So we're actually working on, right, I should have been working on pink ones, shouldn't I? Oh, we started this one, so we're working on purple science. We have way up here in the base our giant research block to help us finish this, but we need actual science production to be able to do anything, which is what this is providing. Okay, Doohoo, thank you for hanging out. Have a good night. Hope you get some rest. And we're trying to get our 4th tech, and then we can just pipe it in here. We'll research it fast, and we'll probably finish the tech before we get the next tier of research done. But we consistently need 200k of each for each tier. So we at least have a buffer of about 153k of each. So it is a process, and each of the research tiers just gets larger and larger. Especially when you're trying to keep up 22 a second of everything. And these ones create waste byproducts, and it just, hopefully I can deal with that part. In theory, the logistics network should be able to handle it with where I have processing. If not, we build more processing. The waste byproducts, the these ones, they turn into a little bit of iron and a little bit of copper. Then there's copper waste, which is just, as it says, turns back into copper ore. I could build the processing of it into this, but it's a pain and it makes all the ratios a headache. I looked into it a while back, just did not like it. Okay, so we need 4 tiny assembling machines. To actually show you what I had to do with the last time. It is basically a storage chest problem. It's a warehouse problem. Because if we go all the way up here, that's what this is. When the science is actually running, this is all just copper waste. And then the bots take it down to something down here. Something here. This whole mess. Deposit it's in here, it gets processed through, back into ore. And then the bots take the plates somewhere. Or the belts take the plates somewhere. My storage chests are already a mess. I don't know if you've seen my lost and found. That I'm never dealing with any of these items unless they randomly get picked up by something. Because it is just stuff. There's colors. There's not colors. There's meat. There's just random raw meat sitting in here. I don't know. It's all just built up over time. QL bioprocessors. These need 3 items piped into them. So we can have this split for 2 items here. Probably the processing unit and the bio paste. The red wire will have come up on this belt. Fix the offset. fix our simulation in here and add that in. Hopefully everything was good well tonight. Progression happened. We need to go head off to bed. Feel free to. All that fun post-stream stuff. Okay. Listen, post-stream. Go take a break. Remember to stretch. Yeah, that gets all the beacons for those. Right, we need methane. Mess. This is. Yep. They're giant random mess here. I want to see if I can do the hydrogen thing here again. I might just be able to set it up the other way. Less giant buildings. Nope, that's too many. No, stick with this. We have to deal with 1,300 moving through the pipes. So we have about 20 pipe distance before we have to worry about pumps. Okay, that's doable. Get the rest of this set up. So 4 actual items going into the 2 chemical plants. furnaces, so we can actually just do 1 to 1. Now we just need to handle items. Something like that. Figure out where that's got to go. Alright, so most of this is nice and simple. Don't need belts. Monosilicon. And then the last one is just the steel plates. Yep, do it like this. Get some more beacons on everything. Yeah, that's all good. Get ourselves down to the synth gas here. We'll work on everything below that. Okay, so swap to this side. Something kind of similar to this, but more items have to go into things. Those are full belts of stuff. It's weird internal belts. To have that be this. It's two of them. Let's split to each side. Those have their own problems. Okay, so we need to set up green wires. Okay, so 3 items have to come in on the sides. So many items. Right. Just need a liquid. Okay. How to fix. There we go. build that part up here. Okay. 2.5 chemical plants. Vent all of the nitrogen. We don't need it. Need 9 of these guys. All right. Right. Sort out sulfur from this. to wrap all these items somewhere. Yeah, that works. Okay, that's not. It does not work enough. Okay, that kind of works, I guess. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer here. Go for another 20 minutes or so. See how much of this we can get done, and then we'll pick that up some point this weekend or Monday. So I'm trying to stick to a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. Weekends are kind of up in the air if I'll be able to. My work has been calming down, getting more into the flow of things. Sulfur. They went up to these. What was I doing here? That'll at least help prioritize that theory. Probably still run into an issue with it eventually. Speaking of problems, we need to deal with that with some filters. Okay, that'll sort out our waste products. Okay, that gets that. Once these get their modules, this should all go really fast. There it goes. Okay, so this part's just up to the naphtha. Alright. Looking at where this is, this might be a good time to actually end right here. Let's see, our worker carpet size. Still working on it. Another rocket. Our rocket engines are completely out of stock now. That's all very well. Except for the silicon nitride being out. Our rocket parts we need. It's all tungsten, just slow speed. So silicon nitride. Saw that somewhere here. Can't fit this somewhere. What did I do? I messed up my bars. There we go. Go this way past the folder. Through all the beans. Oh yeah, still need to fix this in a few spots. Okay, that should fix all the problems that would happen there. Tear some stuff down here, make more water. See, nothing else needed there. A little more water here. Load this belt up. Let the full stack before I place it in here. Okay. That whole loop going now. Start seeing everything move its way up. And everything starts to fill up here. And there we go. A little more silicon nitride. So with that, we're going to stop here. Finish up our purple science next time. I thank everybody coming, hanging out, all that stuff. Always fun. New people, especially all the new people tonight. So again, Doohoo, thank you for the raid. Chizzy, thank you for the raid. Let's see if there's somebody to raid into as well. Keep this all going. What do we have for Factorio tonight? Anybody else doing Seablock? Now let's continue this on to another cozy raid. We're gonna go over here to Misaka. Not sure which mod pack they're playing. Looks like it's Bob's Angels. See if I can get this new raid interface to work. There it is. Alright. Don't really have a raid message or anything. Just gonna go hop in. We're gonna say hi. We're gonna be nice. Once again, thank you everybody. Have a good night. Bye.